Whispers beneath the sand. Good evening. Tonight, I'll tell you a story, lost in time, a tale buried not just beneath centuries of dust, but under layers of wind, mystery, and silence. The Sahara is not as empty as it looks. Beneath that endless stretch of golden waves, ancient whispers still echo, and tonight, you're about to stumble across one of them. Imagine the sun has just dipped below the horizon, painting the dunes with long shadows and soft pinks. Your feet sink with every step into the warm sand. The heat of the day still radiates through the ground like the desert is holding on to one last hug from the sun. You're lost, but it's the good kind of lost. No phone signal, no Wi-Fi, just the occasional lizard darting under a rock and your own breath. You'd worry more, but the stars are starting to appear. And really, with a sky like this, who needs Google Maps? Suddenly, your boot hits something hard. You kneel down, brush aside the sand, and there it is. A stone lip, barely peeking out. A trapdoor, maybe? Or a hatch? No, this is older. Much older. It's a carved threshold. The edge of a buried doorway, as if the earth itself had swallowed a building whole and forgotten it. You push against it. It groans open with a sigh that's more than just air. You swear you hear a whisper in a language you don't know, but somehow recognize. You step inside, and immediately the temperature drops. A relief, sure, but also an omen. The air smells ancient, not musty, like an attic. This is deeper than that. Dust, parchment, oil, and a trace of something sweet. Maybe saffron, maybe secrets. Take a deep breath. Let the world slow down. Dim the lights, get cozy, and together we'll drift into tonight's quiet tale. You descend the stone steps one by one. The walls are etched with symbols you can't place. Maybe Arabic, maybe older. Your flashlight flickers, then steadies, illuminating rows of empty wooden shelves, and then one that isn't empty. There, tucked between two splintered beams, lies a scroll. Its edges are curled, browned by time, and it hums with the kind of quiet that makes your skin tingle. You don't touch it yet. You listen, and in the silence, you hear footsteps. Not now, not near, but from a long, long time ago. This was once a library, not a building, not a pile of books, but a sanctuary of minds, a fortress of thought hidden beneath the sands of time, and not just any library, the library of Timbuktu. Timbuktu, yes, the name that became a joke punchline in kids' cartoons. So far away, it might as well be Timbuktu, right? But once, it was the very heart of African scholarship, the crossroads of trade and philosophy, poetry and power, a place so respected that even desert raiders removed their shoes before entering a classroom. And now, here you are. Somehow, you found its echo. You brush more sand aside, revealing a plaque so worn it's barely legible, but 3 numbers remain. 1327. That's nearly 700 years ago. To put it in perspective, that's older than the printing press, older than the Renaissance, and about as old as the last time your printer at home worked properly on the first try. Your fingers tremble as you finally touch the scroll. The material is strange. Not paper, not quite leather, almost like silk, but tougher. It's written in ink that glimmers faintly, Not silver, not gold, somewhere in between. And the script, exquisite. Letters curve like vines, dance like wind-blown leaves. Even if you can't read a word, your brain hums with recognition, like when you hear a lullaby in a language you don't know, and somehow feel like you've heard it before. You turn the scroll gently. The words are dense, but the margins are filled with drawings, diagrams of stars, sketches of strange birds, even a small, almost comical camel with huge eyes. Someone was clearly bored during class. A date in the corner catches your eye. Friday, first moon of Sahel bloom. Not exactly helpful in your calendar app, but oddly poetic. These weren't just records, they were reflections. And just as you're about to unroll more of the scroll, a tiny object clinks against the floor. A ring. No, a seal. With a symbol you swear you've seen before. A crescent moon, resting inside an eye. As you hold it, a low breeze stirs the dust. From where? There's no vent, no door, no opening, just that whisper again. Clearer now, still in that language you feel but do not know. You begin to wonder, are you reading this library, or is it reading you? Oh, and by the way, if this story brings you peace tonight, feel free to like and subscribe. It means a lot. Now, we continue. Behind the scroll lies a map, faint as breath, tracing a route through the desert, dotted lines, strange runes, and one unmistakable mark, the eye within crescent symbol. Your finger follows it, and suddenly, you know where to go next. Not logically, not geographically, but in that deep, instinctual part of you, the part that knows when someone is watching, or when you found something that was meant to stay lost. You look up from the map, and for just a second, maybe less, you see a figure in the corner of the room, robed, still, watching. You blink, and it's gone. The scroll in your hand now feels heavier, warmer, as if it's awake, as if it remembers. Some historians still argue whether the lost library ever truly existed, or if it was just a metaphor, a myth passed down like bedtime stories. But you're here. You've stepped into it, and now you carry its weight, its whisper, and its truth. And you're only just beginning. Next steps lie through alleyways lined with saints and scholars. The city of 333 saints, your boots crunch gently against the sand-dusted stones as you emerge from the underground chamber. The scroll is safely tucked inside your satchel, warm against your side, as if pulsing faintly with its own breath. The desert air greets you like an old friend, dry, soft, and just a little mischievous, like it's hiding something from you. You follow the map etched onto the brittle parchment. No road signs, no GPS, just your instincts, and a series of old camel path symbols that may or may not include doodles of very judgmental goats. Eventually, the dunes part, and there it is, Timbuktu, a city that once pulsed with intellect, now softened by time. Its mud brick towers still stand tall, crowned with wooden beams that stretch out like sun-baked ribs. Minarets lean slightly, like they've been eavesdropping for centuries. And beyond them, alleyways, endless alleyways, coiling like snakes between the homes of long-gone scholars. They called it the city of 333 saints, not because they counted them, but because it sounded better than a lot of holy people doing impressive stuff. Some were poets, others were mathematicians, a few were warriors who could quote Aristotle mid-sword swing. This was a city where wisdom wasn't stored in vaults. It was cooked into tea, sewn into carpets, sung during sunrise prayers. You step inside the city gates, well, what's left of them, and a gust of warm wind greets you like a sigh from the past. An old man in a woven cap watches you from the shade. He doesn't speak. He just nods, slow and knowing. You nod back, trying to look like someone who belongs here, someone who hasn't just spent 2 hours debating whether a spiral on a scroll meant turn left or watch out for scorpions. As you walk deeper into the city, the scroll begins to hum again, just slightly, like a cat purring. And as it does, the world around you sharpens. Walls seem to lean in, as if listening. The dust under your feet feels less like dirt, more like memory. You reach a small square where the scent of charcoal, dates, and ancient leather wraps around you like a blanket. In the center, a dry fountain carved with verses and graffiti. One reads, "Math is hard, but harder is forgetting." Timeless wisdom, really. You sit on the edge of the fountain, unroll the map again. This time, you notice a mark you missed before, a crescent next to a feather. Your eyes scan the skyline. Then you see it, a crumbling minaret with a broken staircase, coiled around its base like a shy snake. And above the doorway, the feather, chipped but clear. You step inside. No one stops you. In fact, the street behind you seems to hush the moment you cross the threshold. Inside, the air is cool and smells of cedar and old incense. A hallway leads to a room where books, real ones, bound in goat hide, their spines cracked with age, are lined neatly on thick wooden shelves. Someone has been caring for them. Dust doesn't settle here. Spines are polished. Titles are inked in tiny, perfect calligraphy. You reach out and brush your fingers against one. It feels alive. A voice breaks the silence. She remembers you. You turn. Standing behind a table stacked with manuscripts is a woman in her 60s. Her hair is hidden beneath a deep blue scarf. Her eyes, sharp as flint, seem to see past your skin, past your clothes, right down to the scroll in your bag. You say nothing. She smiles gently. You've brought her home. Her name is Zainab, a guardian of memory, a scholar of things no longer taught, and she's been waiting for you, or rather, waiting for the scroll. You're just the courier who got lured in with promises of mystery and the vague hope of not getting eaten by sand lizards. She pours tea without asking, minty, hot, and far too calming for someone who just got called a time-traveling delivery person. You sit. She unwraps the scroll, examining it with reverence. "Do you know what this is?" she asks. You shake your head. It's part of the Malian Codex, a manuscript believed to be dictated by Ahmed Baba himself, philosopher, mathematician, and the guy everyone secretly hated because he made them feel dumb. You blink, Ahmed. Baba. You've heard that name. The Shakespeare of Timbuktu, they called him. Exiled once for being too smart. He was said to own over 1,600 books at a time when most European kings could barely read a menu. The scroll, she explains, is just one piece of hundreds, most lost, stolen, or hidden. But here's the kicker. Historians still argue whether the Malian Codex ever existed. Some say it's a myth, an excuse made up by scribes who spilled tea on a particularly valuable book and didn't want to get in trouble. Others claim it's the key to a forgotten science, equations that predicted tides, stars, even moods. Zainab doesn't care what the historians think. She's held this knowledge in her bones since childhood. Her grandmother whispered the verses in her sleep. Her father hid pages under the kitchen floor. And now she has you. You wonder, aloud, why you? Why now? She pours more tea and chuckles, because some scrolls choose their readers, and some stories choose their listeners. Then she leans closer. There's more. Of course there is. There's a second scroll, a twin, buried somewhere in the ruins of an old scriptorium outside the city. But it's not protected like this one. It's vulnerable, and worse, it's being hunted, not by thieves, by those who want the knowledge to disappear, erased, forgotten, and you, dear wanderer, with sand in your socks and wisdom in your bag, are going to find it. Oh, and before you drift off, a gentle reminder, like and subscribe if you'd like more tales like this. The call to prayer echoes across the city just as the moon rises over the rooftops. It lights the way, not brightly, but enough. Enough for someone who carries a scroll, a purpose, and just a pinch of doubt. Because let's be honest, you've absolutely forgotten your sunscreen. Your canteen is half empty, and you're now apparently chasing ghost scrolls in the desert. But hey, it beats spreadsheets. You step out into the night, and the city watches. Timbuktu doesn't sleep. It remembers. And the next clue lies not in the stars, but in the trembling hands of a boy who never meant to find anything. The boy with ink-stained fingers. You follow Zainab's instructions, leaving the safety of the scriptorium just before dawn. The air is brisk, still cool from the night, and carries a faint trace of spice, as if the market stalls are already beginning to stir. She told you to look for the boy, not by name, not by face, but by the ink on his fingers. He won't know what he's carrying, she'd said, but you'll know when you see it. You drift through Timbuktu's early morning like a whisper. The city is yawning. You pass doorways where incense smoke curls lazily upward, and cats blink at you like furry philosophers. One of them sneezes in your direction, probably cursing you in feline dialect. You take it as a blessing anyway. The marketplace wakes slowly. Baskets of millet, dried fish, copper bracelets, and saffron are set out like offerings to the sun. The air begins to warm. You check your satchel, feeling the scroll hum faintly, like a heartbeat reminding you it's still here, still waiting. Then you see him, a boy, maybe 12 or 13, darting between stalls with the energy of a caffeine-charged hummingbird. He's carrying a stack of cloth bundles. But what grabs you is his hand, ink-stained, fingers dyed with a deep indigo and smudged black like he's been dipping them straight into a scribe's pot. You follow at a distance. He moves like he's always been running. Maybe he has. Past his stall, selling dyed turbans. Past a storyteller already gathering an audience. with wild arm gestures and even wilder eyebrows. The boy disappears down an alley, and you follow. You don't mean to startle him, but apparently you have an ominous walking rhythm, because when he turns and sees you, he bolts like you've just asked him about his homework. You sprint after him, dodging laundry lines and at least one very grumpy chicken. Finally, you corner him in a courtyard behind an old mosque. He glares at you, panting, fists clenched. "I don't have any money," he shouts. You laugh, winded. "Neither do I. We're a perfect match." He narrows his eyes. But your dumb joke seems to confuse him just enough for you to catch your breath. You hold up your palms. "Zainab sent me." At that, his posture softens. Slightly, he reaches into the folds of his shirt and pulls out a small bundle wrapped in palm leaf. "I was told to give this to someone who looked lost and smelled a bit like old paper." "Well, that checks out." You unwrap it carefully. Inside is a page, old, fragile, but covered in meticulous script and symbols. You feel the scroll in, your bag stir again, like it's greeting an old friend. The boy introduces himself as Idris. He doesn't know what the page means, only that it was given to his grandfather by a man with a burned hand. He said he was a protector of stories, Idris tells you, but also that stories protect themselves. Classic vague old man riddle. Probably had a beard long enough to braid into a scarf. You sit with Idris, studying the page. There's a map drawn in the margin, but instead of towns or roads, it's marked with geometric patterns. Concentric circles, overlapping triangles, and a spiral that reminds you of the one from the original scroll. At the bottom, one phrase, written in flowing Arabic: "Where light bends, memory listens." You ask Idris if he knows what it means. He shrugs. Probably something smart. The two of you return to Zainab. She examines the page with the kind of care most people reserve for handling baby birds or expensive tech without the manual. "This," she breathes, "was thought to be destroyed in 1593. You raise your eyebrows. "The year when Ahmed Baba was arrested," she finishes. "When the Moroccans invaded and carted off our greatest minds like war trophies. They took the books, thousands of them. Most people think of colonization in terms of borders and flags. Few realize that what was stolen most wasn't gold, but knowledge. Timbuktu's libraries had once rivaled any in the world. Mathematics, medicine, astronomy, even arguments about whether yawning was spiritual or just annoying. Some of those ideas survived. Most were silenced. But this page, it's proof something survived. Something that wasn't supposed to. Historians still debate how many books were truly lost. Some say 20,000. Others believe it was more than 100,000. One theory, that the scribes anticipated the raids and hid the most precious volumes in coded fragments across Mali, a literary breadcrumb trail. And now you've found one. Idris stays quiet, listening, but before you leave, he tugs your sleeve. "I think there's more," he says. "He came to me in a dream last night." You pause. "Who?" "The man with the burned hand. He said, he's waiting where the shadow never moves." Zainab's face goes still. "That," she says, "means the scriptorium of stones." "Of course it does. According to legend, There was once a secret writing house carved directly into a canyon wall, its entrance marked by a shadow that never shifted, even as the sun passed overhead. Some believed the rock was enchanted, others that it was simply good engineering. Either way, it was lost after a flood centuries ago, and now it's your next destination. Zainab offers you a satchel of dried figs. Idris insists you take his lucky slingshot, and someone hands you a sun hat that makes you look like an extremely lost beekeeper. If this journey through time felt relaxing to you, supporting the channel with a like would be truly appreciated. You whisper to the air. Maybe the algorithm gods will hear you, or maybe they're asleep, like the rest of the world should be. As you step beyond Timbuktu, the sands stretch out before you like a canvas. The horizon flickers in heat waves, and somewhere, far ahead, lies a place where the light doesn't bend, and memory waits patiently. The scrolls know you're coming. The shadow never moves, and neither should you. If you're finally drifting into sleep, you walk for days, or at least, it feels like days. Time out here in the desert does something strange. It folds and stretches like warm dough. The sun rises and falls in grand, sweeping arcs, and the stars return each night like they never left. And you? You keep going, following the map, etched in geometric riddles, your boots filled with sand and your thoughts full of whispers. The phrase on the page echoes in your mind. Where light bends, memory listens. You say it under your breath, like a mantra or a poorly understood password. You have no idea what it truly means, but it sounds important, and you've learned not to ignore important sounding things, especially in ancient scrolls handed to you by suspiciously wise children. The wind picks up around noon, hurling tiny daggers of sand at your cheeks. You squint through it, scarf pulled tight across your face, and somewhere in the distance, a shape begins to emerge. Dark, jagged, and tall. Not a mirage. Real. The scriptorium of stones. It rises from the canyon wall like a forgotten god, half swallowed by the earth. The entrance is narrow, a single crack between slabs of sandstone, barely visible unless you're looking for it, which, lucky for you, you are. You squeeze through. Inside, the air is cooler. Still, you feel like you've walked into someone else's memory. The walls are carved with thousands of tiny marks, tally-like slashes, swirling sigils, things that might be words or might be very determined doodles. Light filters through a hole high above, casting a single beam onto the stone floor, and the shadow, it doesn't move. No matter how long you stand there, blinking at it, expecting it to wiggle even a little, it stays frozen in place, like someone hit pause on the sun. Creepy, but also kind of poetic. You kneel beside the shadow. The scroll in your satchel thrums again, soft, like a purring cat made of parchment. You reach inside, unroll it slowly, and place it into the beam of light. It responds. Symbols on the scroll begin to glow faintly, not like fire, but like memory resurfacing. The page Idris gave you starts to shimmer too. You line the two up, and the spiral symbols intersect perfectly. Suddenly, the lines aren't just lines anymore. They're instructions. You trace the pattern with your finger. There's a click, then a section of wall, not one you'd ever guess, shifts with a groan like a very old man standing up after a long nap. A hidden chamber opens. You've played too many video games to not immediately walk into a secret door. Inside, the air smells ancient, like dust and ink and, okay, possibly goat, but mostly dust and ink. Shelves carved from the stone hold bundles, wrapped in cloth, animal skins, and even palm leaves. Manuscripts, dozens of them. Some are written in Arabic, others in Songhai, some in languages you can't identify at all. Swirling, pictographic, layered like a dream inside a poem. One scroll bears a title that translates roughly to The Shape of Silence. Another, Calculations of the Hidden Planet. You sit on the ground, cross-legged like a kid at story time, and gently open a bundle. Inside, diagrams of stars, arranged in unfamiliar constellations, not just records of the sky, but theories, predictions. There's even a section that seems to question whether light is a wave or a particle. You laugh. They were doing quantum physics in the desert, you whisper. With no internet, somewhere, a physics professor is crying softly into their chalkboard. As you read, you realize something. This isn't just a library. It's a vault of ideas, too dangerous to be destroyed, but too precious to be widely known. Things hidden not from enemies, but from time itself. And of course, the man with the burned hand had been here. One of the pages bears a drawing of him. Well, a figure with a marked palm, surrounded by flames. Not literal fire, stylized, representing knowledge perhaps, or danger, or indigestion. Hard to say. Underneath the drawing is another phrase. The more we forget, the more the words remember. You glance back at the entrance. The shadow still hasn't moved. You stay for hours, or maybe minutes. You lose track, reading fragments of lost histories, equations that feel like secrets the stars muttered, and someone happened to write down. You copy what you can, make small rubbings, take mental snapshots like your brain is suddenly a scanner. Before you leave, you place Idris's page inside one of the cloth bundles, not because it belongs there, but because something tells you it wants to be with the others. You leave a note too, scrawled in your own messy handwriting. If you found this, you're not alone. Keep going. The story isn't done. Outside, the sky has changed. The wind has calmed, and as you climb out of the canyon, you see someone waiting at the top. Zainab. Of course she's here. Probably astral projected her way across the desert, while you were out there looking like a sunburned librarian. She smiles. There's something else, she says. A location was marked in the corner of one of the scrolls. Something called the Spiral Garden. You blink. That sounds oddly peaceful. Or cultish, she offers. 50-50. She holds up a page she retrieved from your makeshift note pile. It shows a spiral symbol, same as before, but this time overlaid with what looks like an irrigation diagram. A garden, yes, but not one for plants, one for thoughts. And apparently, the entrance only reveals itself when sung to. Of course it does. Zainab shrugs. Hope you've been practicing your scales. As the desert sun sets behind you, you begin your journey toward this garden of thought. Somewhere out there, under the open sky, memory still waits, listening, growing, twisting itself into spirals that no storm can erase. And you keep walking. Take a deep breath. Let the world slow down, dim the lights, get cozy, and together we'll drift into tonight's quiet tale. You hum the opening notes of a song you barely remember, a lullaby maybe, or a jingle from an old cereal ad. Either way, it feels vaguely embarrassing. But when you're standing in front of a sand-swept dune with no visible entrance and a scroll that says, "Sing the spiral open," you have limited options. Zainab watches with an expression that can only be described as amused judgment. Try something less off-key, she suggests helpfully. You raise your eyebrow. You try hitting that high note while dehydrated. Still, you try again. This time, a simple melody, a descending pattern, like rain dripping from a roof. The spiral etched in the stone before you begins to shimmer. Faint at first, like moonlight on water, then brighter. Then, with a deep sigh, the sand shifts. An opening forms, slow and deliberate, like an exhale held for 1,000 years. Zainab gives you a theatrical bow. After you, maestro. Inside, it's different. Not cold, not dark, not even dusty. The spiral garden isn't a garden in the traditional sense. No flowers, no trees, just concentric paths carved into the stone, leading ever inward. Along the edges of each ring are benches, desks, and carved pedestals, some with manuscripts, others with what looks like intricate tools, compasses shaped like suns, rulers etched with constellations, writing styluses made of glass. You step forward and immediately you feel it, a pull, not physical, but in your chest, like curiosity was suddenly magnetic, the urge to know, to learn, to sit at every station and devour every idea that once lived here. Zainab whispers, this was a place of teaching, but only for the quiet ones. You laugh softly. Guess I would have failed the entrance exam. She smirks but doesn't disagree. As you walk deeper into the spiral, the walls begin to display etched diagrams. One shows the trajectory of stars, another the phases of the moon correlated with crop yield. Another still shows a sequence of faces, different expressions paired with patterns. You pause. Emotional cartography? You murmur. Zainab leans in. Or mood-based navigation. Maybe they charted feelings like others charted coastlines. That's when you spot it, an alcove with a single cushion, still intact. On the wall behind it, a quote, faded but just readable. To sit in silence is not to do nothing. It is to listen louder than the world allows. You lower yourself onto the cushion, unsure what to expect. Meditation, hallucination, a pop quiz. Instead, you hear music, faint, not coming from speakers or strings. It hums through the air like a breeze, brushing past your ear, then vanishing. You look up. Zainab is already seated on another cushion, eyes closed, and something about her posture shifts, not just relaxed, but attentive, tuned. You do the same, and slowly the garden begins to reveal itself, not in motion, but in memory. You see images like shadows behind your eyelids, scribes at work, heads bent, lips moving in soft recitations, children copying letters onto wooden boards, a woman painting maps, not of places, but of belief systems, how people thought, how they argued, what they feared. You lean further in, and suddenly, You're one of them, not literally, but you feel it. Ink-stained fingers, cracked lips from dry air, the soft rustle of parchment, the warm weight of understanding settling in your chest. One image holds your attention. A young scribe, perhaps no more than 12, transcribing a document that looks wrong. The symbols are strange, angled, not native to this place. Zainab sees it too. That's Greek, she murmurs. You blink. In a West African garden. She nods. Timbuktu wasn't isolated. Traders brought not just spices and gold, but ideas, philosophies, equations. You watch the boy write carefully, then pause, forehead creased. Another scribe leans over and helps him translate. They laugh quietly, then keep going. You whisper, "How many languages did they speak here?" Zainab smiles, enough to make Google Translate blush. You both sit in silence a while longer, absorbing the feel of the place. The spiral garden isn't loud or boastful. It doesn't demand attention. It invites it, slowly, gently, like the world's most intellectual spa day. And the best part, there's no Wi-Fi, no notifications, just thought. One wall catches your attention as you stand again, covered in mirrored tiles. You lean in and realize they aren't mirrors. They're polished pieces of obsidian, used not for reflection, but for focus. You remember reading somewhere that certain scribes believed a person's thoughts could be seen in their reflection if they stared long enough. You try it. Nothing happens. But Zainab says, "Check again." And now you do see something. Not your reflection, but a faint overlay. A map, a path, leading away from the spiral garden, across the dunes, into a place labeled the buried script. She exhales. Another sight. You grin. I was hoping for a nap. You roll up your satchel again, tucking the rubbing of the garden's map into a separate pouch. You exit the spiral slowly, retracing your steps, bowing slightly toward the quote on the wall. Because really, it earned it. The entrance closes behind you with a soft hiss of sand. As you step into the golden light, you feel it again. That sense that history is not dead, just napping. The desert stretches before you. Somewhere beneath it, another mystery sleeps. Zainab slings her bag over her shoulder. Race you to the buried one? You sigh dramatically. Only if I get a head start, or a camel, or a Segway. She laughs, and together, you begin the walk toward another forgotten corner of history, where words still whisper beneath the earth, waiting. Settle in, friend. Maybe wrap yourself in a blanket, and let the night carry us through this gentle story. You don't find the buried script. It finds you. You're trudging through the sand, Zainab just a few paces ahead, muttering something about hydration being a colonial construct. When the ground shifts beneath your foot, at first it's just a small give, like stepping on a sand-filled beanbag. Then the crunch, then the sudden drop. You don't fall far, just enough for your pride to take a hit and your sandals to fill with sand. But as Zainab reaches down to pull you up, you both see it. A corner, not of a stone, but of parchment, buried beneath layers of time, weather, and bad luck. It peeks out like a bookmark in the dunes. You dig more carefully now and uncover what looks like a protective case. Leather, warped by centuries, but intact. When you ease it open, the smell hits first. Not mildew or rot, but something sharper. Ink, preserved somehow. You blink. The script inside is unlike any you've seen. It twists across the page, in tight coils, loops, and clusters. Like someone tried to fit an entire library into one page. Symbols layered over diagrams, sentences branching like roots, and in the center, a small seal pressed in red wax, still unbroken. Zainab frowns. That's not Arabic. You nod slowly. Not Greek either. You both stare at it for a while. Then she whispers, "It's a cipher." You trace one of the symbols. It shivers slightly under your touch, as if warming up after a long sleep. You glance at Zainab. What if this isn't just a document? She looks at you, then at the dunes. What if it's a map? A map written in riddles. You work quickly now, sketching what you can, making rubbings of the symbols, while Zainab begins to clear away the surrounding area. It doesn't take long before you uncover the entrance. Half collapsed, yes, but unmistakably intentional. Arched, reinforced, and etched with symbols that match those inside the scroll. As you step through, a chill brushes your neck. Inside, the buried script isn't a room, it's a network. Tunnels branch off in every direction, each lined with compartments carved into sandstone, like library shelves turned inside out. Most are empty, some house fragments of manuscripts, others tools, wooden rollers, copper-stamped grids, even what looks like an ancient printing press, small enough to fit in a backpack. You wander further in, lighting the path with your small lantern. The walls glitter faintly, embedded with mica, or perhaps something stranger. Every few steps, a panel lights up faintly beneath your foot, as if sensing your movement. It hums, just slightly. You glance at Zainab. How did this stay hidden? She shrugs. Maybe it didn't. Maybe it just waited. You pause at a particularly large alcove. Inside, a table is still set. 4 wooden stools, one overturned, and in the center, a manuscript, open and untouched by time. You run your fingers over the page. And there it is. The library's seal. The same sun and moon symbol you saw etched in the spiral garden, now embossed in gold leaf. This came from the heart of the library. You breathe. Zainab sits, slowly, eyes wide. Then that means the buried script wasn't a backup. It wasn't a footnote. It was a branch, a satellite of the great library, a way to protect and distribute knowledge. Should anything happen to the main archive, a failsafe against fire, invasion, even forgetfulness. You shake your head. It's like a flash drive with legs. Zainab raises an eyebrow. You're not seriously comparing this to a USB stick. Hey, you grin. If ancient scribes had a Dropbox folder, this was it. She snorts. But she doesn't disagree. You both sit in silence, reading page after page. Each document seems curated. Not random scraps, but chosen texts, stories, equations, recipes, instructions for making dyes. A poem written in the voice of a sandstorm, warning travelers to respect the desert or be swallowed whole. Then something catches your eye. Small scroll nestled behind a loose stone. You tug it out gently and unroll it. A letter written to you, or rather, to the one who comes after. The ink is rushed, but legible. The writer speaks of urgency, of war on the horizon, of the need to hide what matters most. They mention names you've seen before, and others that feel like old friends, even if they never were. And at the end, knowledge buried is not lost. It only waits to be reread. You hand it to Zainab. She reads it, then presses her lips together. Do you think they knew we'd come? She asks. You shrug. I think they hoped someone would. There's a long silence between you. Then she says softly, Do you hear that? You pause, a faint scratching, not threatening, like a pen on parchment. Then the gentle rustle of paper. You look around. There, deeper in the chamber, is a figure, bent over a desk, robes fluttering slightly despite the still air. You freeze. But Zainab steps forward. The figure doesn't move. You follow, breath held, and find only a cloak draped over the chair, a pen rolling slowly to a stop. Zainab glances at you. Ghosts? You shake your head. Memories. She touches the fabric. Some memories hold on harder than others. You both leave the scroll exactly where it was, somehow knowing it's not yours to take. As you rise to leave, something flickers in your periphery. A wall, previously blank, now illuminated with lines. Routes between libraries, timelines of scholars, codes you've only just begun to understand. It's a map of everything, and you realize this was never about one lost library. It was about the network, the people, the idea that stories matter, even when no one's listening, especially when no one's listening. You exhale slowly, turn down the noise, dim the lights, and let this soft tale guide you to rest. You wake up before the sun does. The desert, for once, is quiet. No rustling wind, no whispering sand. Just the kind of silence that feels like it's waiting for something. Zainab is already up, scribbling into her journal like a caffeinated spider. She looks up briefly and grins. Hope you slept well? Indiana Jones? You didn't. Your dreams were full of symbols that rearranged themselves, doorways that whispered your name, and a certain phantom pen that refused to stop writing. But you nod anyway, because today's the day you return to Timbuktu proper, and the script you found last night, it's still humming in your backpack. Back in town, the dusty streets look almost normal again. Children run through alleyways with slingshot contests. Old men sip mint tea like it's their job. And the goats, well, still disrespectful as ever. One bleats at you like it knows what you found. You make your way to a quiet corner of the city, an unassuming building guarded by nothing more than a rusted lock and a handwritten sign in faded ink. Private collection, by appointment only. Zainab knocks 3 times, then once more, slower. The door creaks open. Inside, the room is cooler and darker. Books line the walls from floor to ceiling, wrapped in cloth and twine. There's no electricity here, just slats of sunlight and the quiet creak of wood. An old man steps forward. His robes are pale blue, his hands ink-stained. His name is Abubakar. He's a guardian of the manuscripts. And when he sees what you've brought, he does not smile. He does not blink. He bows, then leads you to a small back room and lights a single candle. You unroll the buried script. Abubakar takes one look and murmurs, Al-Karhuna. It survived. Zainab's eyebrows lift. That's not in the records. No, he says simply, because it was never meant to be found. He touches the edge of the script, like it might vanish. Al-Karhuna was a scriptorium hidden beneath the trade routes, where rebel scribes worked in secret. They were exiles, heretics, women, thinkers, anyone whose thoughts were not welcome in the royal libraries. So they built their own. You look at Zainab, a rogue archive. She grins. History's best kind. He begins translating aloud, and you take notes, and you realize this isn't just writing, it's layered. One sentence comments on another. A poem cross-references a diagram. There's even marginalia, tiny scribbles from different scribes, joking or arguing in the margins, like some kind of medieval group chat. One note reads, Amira, if you keep changing the stanzas, I will hex your sandals. You laugh. Abubakar just nods solemnly. Amira was talented, but dramatic. Another entry lists herbal recipes meant for calming nerves. Right below it, a short, furious curse, written in stylized ink. Zainab translates, May your enemies forget their own names before they forget their cruelty, savage and poetic. But it's the final page that holds you in place. It's a set of instructions to activate the knowledge. You read it 3 times before accepting that, yes, these scholars might have designed the manuscript to respond to sound vibrations, specific chants, syllables, even humming, like a tuning fork for memory. You test it. At first, nothing happens. Then, softly, the lines of the script begin to move, rearranging, highlighting paths. Suddenly, what looked like a mess becomes a map again. The cipher lives. You're half convinced it's AI. Zainab calls it analog wizardry. Abubakar just smiles. Paper remembers when stone forgets. You glance up. So, what do we do with it? He shrugs gently. Share it, quietly, because that's how knowledge often survives. Not with explosions or parades, but with whispers, with secrets passed between trusted hands, with one reader finding a truth that others missed. And you realize something. Timbuktu was never just a city. It was a network, a distributed intelligence system, a web of minds connected by ink and parchment, each scriptorium, each scroll, each scribe, a node in a living archive. No cloud storage needed. You remember the room in the dunes and wonder how many others like it are out there, still sleeping beneath the sands. Zainab taps your notebook. Write that part down, about the network. You do, and as you leave the little archive, the sun finally rising, you swear the script feels warmer in your bag, alive, like it's waiting for the next scribe. Maybe that's you. Settle in, friend. Maybe wrap yourself in a blanket and let the night carry us through this gentle story. And the wind, once again, whispers like turning pages. The wind hasn't stopped whispering since you left Abubakar's archive. It slips beneath doorways, tugs at your sleeves, curls around your thoughts like it's trying to tell you something. Zainab swears it's just the heat playing tricks. But you've learned better, because now, wherever you go, the buried script reacts. You tap your pen against it, and faint lines pulse like veins on a leaf. You hum one of the phrases Abubakar translated, and symbols shift faintly across the margins. It's subtle, quiet, but undeniable, and a little unsettling, like carrying around a slightly passive-aggressive ghost. The two of you head east, chasing another rumor, a mention Zainab stumbled across in one of her grandfather's old notebooks, something about a cache of scrolls hidden beneath an abandoned madrasa. The notes are vague, filled with dramatic flair, and entirely too many exclamation points. Classic grandpa style. The journey is longer this time, the terrain rougher, less desert postcard, more you'll probably break an ankle on these rocks. Energy. Eventually, you arrive at what used to be a learning center, now a cracked shell of stone, half buried and very much overgrown. A few walls still stand, leaning like drunk philosophers. You both stare at it for a long moment. Zainab breaks the silence. Looks promising, possibly cursed. You nod. Definitely tetanus forward. Inside, the air is cooler, shadowed by broken beams and dusty arches. There's something peaceful about it, like time slowed down and never quite caught up again. You run your fingers over a carved column and spot familiar symbols. The script's siblings. Zainab spots a staircase leading downward, barely more than a suggestion of steps. You both descend cautiously, your flashlight slicing through thick cobwebs and centuries of silence. Below, you find a room, small, circular, empty, except for a stone lectern in the center. Resting on it, a single scroll, bound in blue ribbon. You exchange a look. Neither of you says a word. You approach, half expecting a spike trap or ancient guardian with a riddle. Obsession? But no, just the scroll. You unroll it slowly, and it sings. Not metaphorically. It hums, a low resonant tone like a cello underwater. The sound settles in your bones, soft and oddly soothing. The text itself glows faintly, as if the ink remembered how to shine. It's a record, a letter, written by a scribe named Mauna, dated to the 1300s. She writes about the tension in Timbuktu, how different schools of thought were clashing, not violently, but with paper cuts and smug debate. She had been part of the Andalusian diaspora, bringing fragments of European, Arabic, and Berber knowledge together. A walking library. Her letter is personal, raw. She talks about loneliness, about hiding books inside pots and burying them near dried-up wells. She names 3 other scribes, Karim, Sahla, and Tafa, who helped her create the Archive of Echoes, a place where banned or controversial manuscripts could be stored away, waiting to be needed again. Zainab reads a line aloud. What the kings forget, the scribes remember. You whisper back, and the sands preserve. Then something strange happens. As you both stand there, the walls around you begin to change. No, not physically, but your mind sees them differently. Patterns emerge. Etched text, too faded to be noticed before, begins to sharpen as if memory itself is adjusting its prescription. It's a timeline, scrawled in concentric circles, charting the rise and fall of ideas, and one event near the outer ring is circled in gold pigment, the quiet purge. You stare. Zainab's breath catches. No textbooks ever mention this, but Muna did. In a footnote, She scrawled sideways. They came with torches, not for people, but for thought. You realize she's describing a historical event where manuscripts deemed too questioning were burned, not en masse, but quietly, strategically. Scrolls disappeared, ideas died in silence, and here, buried beneath a madrasa, long forgotten, is proof. You and Zainab sit in silence for a long time. Then she pulls out her journal and begins sketching the timeline. You do the same. Because if no one else remembers the quiet purge, then you will. A few hours later, you leave the madrasa, the scroll now safely packed beside the buried script. You feel like a courier from the past, ferrying secrets the world forgot it even had. Back in town, Abubakar reads Muna's scroll in silence. When he finishes, he gently places it on his lap and closes his eyes. She was my great-grandmother's great-aunt, he says, barely above a whisper. You blink. Wait, what? He nods slowly. Some lines of scribes never stopped watching. We pass stories down. Quietly, you glance at Zainab, who's already scribbling furiously again, and you realize something else. You are part of that line now, not by blood, but by ink. If this story brings you peace tonight, feel free to like and subscribe. It means a lot. Take a deep breath. Let the world slow down. Dim the lights, get cozy, and together we'll drift into tonight's quiet tale. And there, beneath the stars, another whisper joins the wind. The moon tonight is a slim curve, barely more than a brushstroke. It hangs above Timbuktu like a half-remembered dream, watching as you and Zainab cross a quiet courtyard, your steps soft on the dusty ground. The scent of desert mint clings to the air, sweet and herbal, almost enough to distract you from the fact that your backpack is now a small mobile archive of highly sensitive, ancient knowledge. Yeah, no pressure. Earlier that morning, Abubakar had given you both a name, Nayawal. Keita, a linguist turned hermit who once taught at the Sankore University. According to Abubakar, she vanished from public life after publishing a series of controversial papers claiming many of Timbuktu's lost texts weren't lost at all. They were misread. The academic version of turn it sideways and squint. Now, you're following Zainab through a maze of alleyways to find her. Every wall here seems to lean in with a secret. Cats blink at you from rooftops like they know something. One even seems to be mouthing, "Turn back now." But it might just be hungry. Who knows? You finally reach a rusted metal door with 3 locks and a hand-painted sign that reads, "Knowledge doesn't ask for permission." Charming. Zainab knocks 3 times. Nothing. Then you whisper one of the phrases from Mauna's scroll, the one about ink that outlives fire. Suddenly, a soft click. The door creaks open. Inside, the space is dim and chaotic. Books teeter in vertical stacks. Scrolls are tucked between bowls of dried hibiscus, and a map of Africa, stitched in colored thread, dominates one wall like a tapestry of forgotten roads. A woman in a loose linen robe peers up at you through cracked reading glasses. She can't be more than 50, but her expression has the weariness of someone who's read too much truth and not enough fiction. "I suppose you've brought trouble," she says, not as a question. You hand her the buried script. Her fingers tremble slightly as she turns it over, as if touching an old friend who never wrote back. I knew this script, she murmurs. Or rather, I almost did. Zainab leans forward. You think it's a cipher? Nayawal nods. A hybrid code, Berber symbols, layered with ancient Hebrew structuring, but reversed, like reading through a mirror submerged in water. She smiles grimly. Brilliant, maddening. She walks over to a low table, clears space by casually tossing a 14th century commentary on astronomy to the floor. Your inner librarian screams and spreads the script flat. Over the next few hours, you watch her work. She murmurs, translates, retranslates, occasionally swears in Wolof, and finally stares at a particular page in stunned silence. This section, it isn't a treatise or a poem, she says softly. It's a warning. You glance over her shoulder. The symbols are swirling now, not literally, but it feels like they're rearranging themselves as your brain tries to process them. Nayawal reads aloud. When the ink turns to sand, the silence has lasted too long. Bury the flame, not the spark. You sit back. It hits you like the last puzzle piece that snaps into place and suddenly makes the whole image clear. The buried script isn't just a relic. It's a guide, a call to preservation, maybe even resistance. I think these scribes knew exactly what they were doing, Zainab says. They wrote not for their time, but for a moment like this. You nod slowly, and suddenly, the quiet purge from Mauna's scroll. The timeline etched in that buried madrasa, the crocodile in Idrissa's poem. They aren't isolated mysteries. They're breadcrumbs. The truth wasn't just hidden, it was encrypted, disguised as poetry, buried beneath jokes and animal sketches and footnotes in letters, because that's the only way it could survive. And the kicker, historians are still arguing over whether any of this was even deliberate. They debate whether Idrissa's crocodile is metaphor or mischief, whether the buried script is a manifesto or just a personal diary gone rogue. Of course, historians are still debating whether Napoleon was short, so outside, the city breathes slowly under starlight. You and Zainab step back into the courtyard, the script carefully wrapped in fabric now, your minds buzzing louder than the evening cicadas. If we're right, Zainab says quietly, then there's more. Somewhere. There has to be more. You nod, and for the first time in days, you don't feel tired. You feel like you're waking up. Before you drift off, a gentle reminder: like and subscribe if you'd like more tales like this. Settle in, friend. Maybe wrap yourself in a blanket and let the night carry us through this gentle story. You hear a voice in your head. Not a real one, just a memory. Knowledge doesn't ask for permission, and neither do you now. The air is thick with expectation the next morning, like the sky itself is holding its breath. You wake to the sound of distant drumming, steady, like a heart. But no one in the courtyard seems to notice. Zainab is already packing her satchel, and when she looks at you, there's no more hesitation in her face, only fire. We're going to the House of Wind, she says. You pause mid-stretch. That sounds like something out of a Miyazaki film. She smirks. Close. It's a real place. Sort of. An abandoned outpost on the edge of the city, once used to store scrolls during Mali's dry season. But no one's gone there in decades. Not officially. You're already regretting not stretching more. By late morning, you're trekking through narrow lanes that eventually spit you out into the wide open edge of Timbuktu, where houses blur into sand and sand blurs into forever. The sun is merciless, pressing on your neck like a grumpy librarian, reminding you this isn't a beach day. At the edge of a crumbling wall, you see it, a low, square building with a flat roof and no door, only a narrow slit where desert winds whistle through like old songs. Inside, the temperature drops abruptly. The silence here is different, charged. You step lightly, the sand muffling your footsteps, as if even sound knows not to disturb this place. And then you see them, scrolls, bundles of parchment and leather-bound pages wrapped in linen, stacked in niches along the walls. Some are intact, others are half-eaten by time, curling like sleeping insects. Your fingers hover above one. You hesitate. What if they crumble? What if they bite? Zainab hands you gloves. They're tougher than they look, like Timbuktu itself. You begin to read. Most are administrative records, weather logs, inventories of grain, proof that someone, somewhere, was deeply obsessed with millet. But deeper in the pile, tucked beneath a bundle of folk tales, you find a strange, unlabeled manuscript. The writing is delicate, looped with almost ornamental care, and in the margins, tiny ink drawings, again with the crocodiles, and this time, one of them is eating a scroll. You and Zainab glance at each other. No words needed. You're back in the cipher. This scroll is part riddle, part prophecy. Lines repeat themselves, but only if you read them backward. One passage stands out. When the tongues forget, the hands remember. What the empire cannot burn, the wind will whisper. It's the same kind of coded language as the buried script, only more refined, as if this one came after, like a sequel. These scribes, you begin, voice hushed. They didn't just hide knowledge, they left instructions. Zainab nods, slowly. They expected someone to come looking, which would be flattering, if it weren't also completely terrifying. A sudden gust of the wind slices through the building, scattering sand across the floor, and with it, something thin and brittle slides out from under a cracked floor tile. It's a map, sort of, a series of concentric circles, with faded markings in Songhai and ancient Tifinagh script. At the center, a symbol that looks suspiciously like the Sankore Mosque, except it's upside down. You stare. Are we looking at a mirrored layout of a hidden level? Zainab breathes. This just got way more Indiana Jones than you planned. You roll up the map carefully, glancing back at the scrolls. We can't carry all of this. No, she says, but we can copy what matters. So you sit there for hours, sunlight slipping across the floor, the pages whispering under your hands, and as you copy passages and sketches and strange diagrams, you realize this isn't just a rescue mission. This is a translation effort across time, language, fear, and fire. A rescue of voices long ignored. You take a break to stretch, rubbing the crick in your neck. Zainab flips a scroll and laughs. What? She points to a line of ancient commentary written in Arabic. It translates loosely to, "Even in wisdom, beware goats." You look at her. Was that a proverb or a personal grudge? You laugh together, softly, surrounded by the dead and their very much alive words. Outside, the wind sings, and in its voice, if you really listen, is the faintest rhythm, like pages being turned by invisible hands. If this story brings you peace tonight, feel free to like and subscribe. It means a lot. Take a deep breath. Let the world slow down. Dim the lights. Get cozy. And together, we'll drift into tonight's quiet tale. And if you're still listening, remember, even in wisdom, yeah, beware goats. You return to Timbuktu under cover of dusk, with sand in your socks and scroll dust in your hair. Zainab hums quietly as you walk, some half-remembered tune that sounds like it belonged to a lullaby 1,000 years ago. The city is just beginning to glow. Faint oil lamps flicker on the walls, and somewhere, someone is grinding coffee beans like it's a sacred ritual. Back at the hidden archive, the room feels smaller now, or maybe you've just grown inside it, expanded with all the names and stories stitched into your memory like embroidered silk. Yakuba's not there. He left a note, written in calligraphy so elegant it practically wears a tuxedo. Trust the salt traders. They know more than they admit. You stare at it, puzzled. Great. That clears everything up. Zainab sighs. It means we have to talk to the Salt Guild. You groan. That sounds crunchy. Historically, salt wasn't just seasoning. It was currency, power. Wars were fought over it. Caravans lived and died for it. And in Timbuktu, it was guarded like treasure. The Salt Guilds, secretive, ancient, and more dramatic than your favorite soap opera, had influence that stretched across empires. The next morning, you're led to a sun-bleached courtyard near the market square. There, behind weathered curtains, sits someone introduced only as the Archivist of Salt. He's wrapped in robes so thick he looks like a scroll himself, and he doesn't speak for a while. He just sniffs you. Zainab nudges your elbow. Don't flinch. It's a respect thing. You try your best to look non-salty. Eventually, he nods. You carry dust not from this desert. Correct, you say. Also possibly a hint of almond shampoo. He cracks the faintest smile. You're in. He unfurls a cloth bundle and reveals something unexpected. A single page of vellum, preserved in beeswax. On it is a symbol you recognize from the mirrored mosque map. A compass rose, only the cardinal points are reversed. What is this? You ask. He answers slowly, like each word costs a memory. It is a remnant from the Gene reversal, when the libraries were dismantled and reassembled upside down. Wait, people reversed libraries. He nods. To confuse looters, shelves were rebuilt in mirror image, catalogs rewritten in riddles. Even the building plans were inverted. You rub your temples. So, all our maps are wrong? Not wrong, he corrects. Incomplete. He hands you the vellum. It's a fragment, but in the corner, faint ink reads. Beneath the water jars, the voice returns. Cryptic and weirdly poetic. Zainab whispers, this could point to the old mosque well. They say it's dry now, but the foundation's older than the mosque itself. So off you go again. Because why stop now when you're already halfway through history's strangest scavenger hunt? At Sankore Mosque, the well sits in shadow, circular stone mouth, covered in a grate older than your grandma's soup pot. You lift the lid slowly, expecting not much, but you hear something. Echoes, dripping, and faint, chanting. You lower a rope ladder and climb down. The walls slick with condensation. Your hands tremble slightly, not from fear, but from knowing you're about to cross into a space untouched for centuries. At the bottom, your lantern flickers, and the room reveals itself. Small, circular, lined with stone shelves inside the walls. Most are empty, but in the center, a sealed wooden chest bound in iron. You exchange a look with the Zainab. Then you open it. Inside, parchment, dozens of them, and a single ivory stylus with a cracked nib. You start reading, heart racing, and there it is, the catalog, a lost master list, encoded in layered metaphors and regional dialects. But it matches the oddities you've seen so far, mentions of crocodile drawings, mirrored mosques, even jokes about goats. More importantly, it describes 5 hidden caches across Timbuktu and the surrounding sands, each holding pieces of the library lost during the invasions. You glance at Zainab. This isn't just a library, it's a map to all the others. And here's where it gets really fun. The catalog wasn't written by a king or a scholar. It was written by scribes, anonymous, tireless, quiet as dust. One named herself, simply the one who listened more than she spoke. Another, the scribe with ink-stained teeth. And another, simply, he who misspelled revolution, but meant it anyway. You chuckle. Even their mistakes are historical. Zainab grins. History is a series of well-preserved errors. As you climb back up the well, catalog safely wrapped, you feel different. Like the city has finally exhaled. The wind hums again as you emerge. And this time, it doesn't sound like drumming. It sounds like clapping. If this journey through time felt relaxing to you, supporting the channel with a like would be truly appreciated. Settle in, friend. Maybe wrap yourself in a blanket and let the night carry us through this gentle story. And remember, not all treasure is shiny. Some of it is written in crooked handwriting by someone who accidentally inked their teeth. You don't sleep that night, not out of fear, but because excitement won't let your eyelids rest. You lie on your mat, catalog clutched like a bedtime story, eyes tracing the strange symbols. Zainab's already out, snoring softly, muttering something about alphabet soup with secrets. Morning doesn't so much arrive as it slinks in, warm and yellow, like a cat that owns the place. You sit up, bones creaking like an old door in an abandoned archive, and wonder which of the 5 cache sites to investigate first. Let's go east, Zainab suggests, over a breakfast of date paste and flatbread. Always trust the sunrise. You shrug. Better than my idea, which involved spinning in a circle and pointing randomly. So, east it is. The catalog lists the first cache beneath the place where the stars kneel. That sounds poetic and suspiciously metaphorical, like everything else these scribes wrote. But one note mentions tall stones that whisper prayers at dusk, and Zainab immediately snaps her fingers. Buried astrolabe pillars. outside town, used for early celestial measurements. Definitely looks like stars could kneel there. A few hours, and one very squeaky camel later, you're standing in front of three leaning columns, half buried in orange dust. They look like the ruins of a forgotten observatory, or maybe a sundial designed by someone who never quite finished geometry class. You brush away the sand near the base, and there it is, a carved circle split in quarters, with the word Taksum scratched faintly in the center. You whisper it aloud. The ground gives a little thud. Okay, that's never normal. You dig, hands covered in red sand until your fingers strike wood, rotted and weather-worn. Inside is a small box wrapped in oiled leather and smelling like time itself. You open it, one scroll, short but heavy. The calligraphy is a little wonky, like someone was scribbling by candlelight during a sandstorm, but you can still read it. It's a poem about stars and loss and the act of hiding a truth so precious only the sky and the sand were allowed to witness it. It ends. We wrote so we would not disappear. We disappeared so our words could remain. You sit back, silent. That hits deeper than you expected. Zainab reads over your shoulder. They weren't just recording knowledge, she whispers. They were protecting it. From war, from arrogance, from time. You smile. And from people like us, who only show up centuries later with a lantern and a half-decent translation app in their brain. Nearby, you notice faint etchings in the stone. Coordinates? No, something weirder. A system of dots and slashes that reminds you of Morse code. If Morse had learned Arabic while drunk on fermented camel milk. Zainab narrows her eyes. I think it's a cipher. Each location is marked in this weird punctuation pattern, and this is where things go from Indiana Jones to full-on national treasure, Timbuktu edition. You race back to town, compare the marks to the catalog entries, and slowly, over several nights, much tea, and a lot of forehead smacking, you decode them. They point to 4 more locations. One beneath a collapsed minaret, one near a dried-up river that used to sing, one carved into the spine of a camel sculpture in a forgotten courtyard, and one under a house that doesn't exist anymore. Of course, you mutter, a ghost address. Zainab shrugs. Guess we're going house hunting. But here's where things get weird again. Because if you've been drifting with me long enough, you know how weird this can get. That ghost address, you recognize it, because it's the house you first arrived at in Timbuktu, the one Yakuba led you to, the one with the squeaky gate and the crooked door and that smell of roasted spice. It's not gone, it's just renamed. You rush back, same gate, still squeaky, same door, still crooked, but the number's different, barely noticeable, painted over with cheap ink. You scrape it off. Underneath, the original marking, Al-Khizana, the treasury. You and Zainab exchange that now familiar look. The oh no, we're actually part of a prophecy, aren't we? Look, you explore the house, this time slowly, carefully, under the rug, trapdoor, of course. Below, a tiny chamber, walls lined with clay jars, and inside each, scrolls, hundreds, some damaged, some pristine, some with ink that glows faintly when touched, probably from some ancient beetle-based recipe. Because, of course, history would use bug guts for brilliance. You sit down. You can't help it. You're surrounded by voices. They hum in the walls, whisper in the paper. The room breathes stories older than empires. You pick up one and read aloud. On the fourth moon of the year, when the wind tilts north, remember the rhythm of the old city drums. They always beat for more than dancing. The scribes didn't just preserve facts, they preserved soul. And here's a wild thought. You're not just reading history, you're finishing it because someone had to return. Someone had to listen. Take a deep breath. Let the world slow down. Dim the lights. Get cozy. And together, we'll drift into tonight's quiet tale. Still 3 caches left. But for now, you sit in the archive, beneath a house that pretended to disappear, with scrolls whispering your name like they've been waiting centuries for you. And honestly, you're beginning to believe them. The next morning, you don't even wait for the sun to finish yawning over the rooftops before you're up again, heart pacing like a drumline. Zainab's already got a fresh notebook open, one leg tucked under the other, scribbling excitedly. You both know what's next. 3 caches remain, and this time, you're not just following ink on a page, you're retracing a legacy. The dried-up river is your next target. According to the catalog's odd phrasing, it was once known as the place where the water wept music. Dramatic? Yes, but poetic in that classic Timbuktu fashion. Locals call it Al-Wadi al-Naim, the gentle valley. It's a gash in the earth now, more dust than anything else, lined with crumbling reed mats and half-submerged prayer stones. But Zainab finds the clue first, a stone flute embedded in the soil, capped at one end with something like wax. Still smells like tamarind sap, she murmurs, nose twitching like a curious squirrel. You crack the wax seal. Inside, a tightly rolled scroll, thinner than the others, fragile as old lace. You unroll it slowly, careful not to breathe too hard. It's a guide, but not to a place, to a sound. It's written in staves, like music, but annotated with strange side notes. Play this as the sun reaches the midpoint. Pause after the breeze passes. Sing this line only if the cicadas are silent. You blink. This is a musical map. Zainab grins. Told you the water wept music. The poem embedded in the melody tells a brief tale of a scribe who lost his voice during an invasion and wrote music instead of words to remember his city. One footnote claims the melody, when played correctly, will echo back from the right cave wall, revealing a cache hidden in a soundproof nook. You stare at Zainab. Do you play anything? She shrugs. Tambourine? Perfect. You ask around. Town. Finally tracking down a reclusive oud player with a beard long enough to braid. He doesn't ask questions, just hears the tune, nods solemnly, and leads you toward the cliffs. At dusk, he plays. And friend, you feel it. The wind stops. The cicadas hush. Even the clouds seem to hold their breath. When the final note trembles through the valley, you hear it. A second tone. Fainter. Repeating. Echoing in an unnatural rhythm. You follow the sound. Around the bend. Into a cave blacker than blackout coffee. There's no torch. No map. Just instinct. And there, tucked into a hollow behind a stone shaped like a curled tongue, lies a clay pot sealed with wax and wrapped in blue cloth. Inside, a scroll, but not like the others. This one glows faintly, just enough to make you question whether it's really glowing or if you've just gone too long without sleep. You read aloud. It's a record of chants, once used by desert astronomers to memorize star paths. Each chant describes constellations and their stories. But the last one, it ends with, "And when all lights are gone, remember, the stars do not vanish. They only wait." You sit with that. Zainab hums the melody from earlier, soft and slow. And here's the weird part. The stars seem to pulse in time with her voice. You don't say anything, neither does she. Some things, it turns out, don't need explaining. Later, that night, you both camp near the dried riverbed. It's quiet, the kind of quiet that stretches, that listens. You stare up at the sky, ancient and indifferent, and wonder how many people have looked up and whispered the same things. Prayers, names, apologies. Sometime past midnight, you mutter, "I think I'm dreaming someone else's memory." Zainab, half asleep, replies, "Yeah, well, just don't forget your own." In the distance, a faint rustle, maybe wind, maybe more. You drift, and in your half-dream, the stars sing back, "Settle in, friend. Maybe wrap yourself in a blanket and let the night carry us through this gentle story." 2 caches left, but you've already started hearing the library breathing through the cracks of time, and it's calling you forward. You wake before dawn, though it's hard to say you ever fully slept. That melody from the dried river still hums in your bones, like a lullaby left on repeat inside your chest. Zainab stretches nearby, yawns into the rising sun, and without a word, points east. Today's clue had been hidden in the last scroll, embedded in the constellation chants, a single line sung in an unfamiliar cadence, "Where shadows fall sharpest under the guardian's arch." You both had puzzled over it, but Zainab, with a glint in her eye, remembered a ruined gate far from town, a stone archway etched with protective prayers in 3 languages, Arabic, Tamashek, and Hebrew. The locals call it Bab al-Samt, the Gate of Silence. It takes hours of walking, a nearly dislocated ankle, yours, and a tense encounter with a goat who clearly thinks the path is his runway. But then there it is, crumbling, crooked, still proud, the Gate of Silence. You wait, just as the clue instructed, for the sun to rise high enough for its shadow to fall in a precise line. And it does, slicing the ground like a sundial sword. At the tip of that shadow, Zainab kneels. She brushes away sand, nothing. Then she taps the ground with a tuning fork you'd forgotten she'd kept, a holdover from the musical map. On the 3rd tap, the sand echoes back with a dull thunk. Hidden trapdoor. You open it, slowly, half expecting bats, curses, or at the very least, more goats. No such drama, just stairs, worn stone steps, curling down into cool silence. The air shifts. It smells like pepper and dried roses, ancient perfume for forgotten things. You descend. Torchlight flickers over the chamber, and your breath catches. This isn't a cache. It's a room, a round one, covered wall to wall in tiny drawers. Each drawer labeled with an ancient alphabet: Ge'ez, Syriac, Greek, Sanskrit, some scripts neither of you can name. It's a linguistic cabinet of curiosities. Zainab opens one gingerly. Inside, a single page, a short passage written in mirror script. Another drawer holds a recipe for ink made from cedar bark and pigeon feathers. Another, a poem describing a solar eclipse as seen from a mountaintop in Yemen. Another contains an unfinished letter addressed to the future reader. You try not to blink too hard. You might miss something, or everything. At the center of the room, under glass, lies a flat, square parchment, blank until Zainab breathes on it. Then, slowly, like mist retreating from glass, words appear. This is not the end, only the deep breath before. The bottom corner bears a symbol you've seen once before, burned into the leather of the first scroll in the desert. The twin gazelles facing each other, joined at the horn. It's the sigil of the lost scribes. You suddenly realize this room, this perfect, forgotten room, is a training chamber, a place where scribes learned the lost languages, practiced the rituals of preservation, and, based on the star chart etched into the ceiling, perhaps planned the final hiding places for the last pieces of their knowledge. Zainab is quietly crying. You don't blame her. This is what you came for. Not the treasure, but the intent, the care, the breathtaking effort it took to save thoughts from oblivion. You whisper, they didn't just hide books. They hid hope. The two of you sit in the center of the chamber, listening. And here's the oddest thing. The room has a sound, a low hum, just below hearing. Not quite a tune, but not silence either. Like memory humming to itself. A shelf in the corner draws your eye. You hadn't noticed it before. Tucked there, a sealed scroll case made of bone, its cap carved in concentric spirals. You crack it open. Inside, the final clue. This time, no riddle, no metaphor, just a simple instruction. Follow the scent of blue smoke. Where it coils, the final memory sleeps. Zainab raises an eyebrow. Well, that's comforting. You both laugh. And friend, it's that kind of laugh you only have when something big is ending or beginning. Before you leave, you take nothing. Well, except a pressed flower from one drawer left between pages as a bookmark centuries ago. A small thing, a reminder. You climb back into daylight, eyes stinging, heart full. As the desert wind brushes past, you think you can smell it already. Smoke, not fire, not destruction, but incense. Blue, curling into the sky, like a story unfinished. You smile, one cachet left, and something tells you, this last one will be different. Turn down the noise, dim the lights, and let this soft tale guide you to rest. The scent finds you first, not smoke from wood or resin, but something older, blue sage, crushed myrrh, maybe even a whisper of saffron. It coils in the air like a ribbon, floating just beyond reach, tugging you forward without a word. You and Zainab follow it like sleepwalkers. The dunes open into a quiet valley, not marked on any map, but wrapped in the hush of old magic. It's the kind of place the wind respects, where footsteps sound softer and even birds seem to bow out. At the center stands a lone tree, a fig tree, impossibly alive, its leaves shimmering faintly even under the midday sun. Beneath it, smoke curls upward from a stone bowl. No fire, no embers, just eternal smoke, as if the air itself were remembering. You kneel. So does Zainab. Between the roots lies a simple chest, blackened by time, sealed with wax, the same wax you saw on the first scroll, stamped with the twin gazelles. You hesitate. It feels like touching. It might mean waking something, or putting something back to sleep. Zainab places her hand on yours. You open it, she whispers. You nod. The wax cracks with a sound like old paper sighing. Inside, one scroll, but it's unlike any other you've found. It's wider, heavier, and wrapped in linen stitched with gold thread. Reverently, you unroll it, and what you see isn't just writing. It's a map, not of places, but of thoughts. Languages branching from a common root, philosophies echoing across continents, arrows linking astronomy to poetry, law to music, medicine to metaphysics, a cartography of knowledge, a mind map of the scribes, and at its center, a drawing, the library, not the one buried under sand, not the one you read about in whispered tales, but one imagined, preserved, dreamed into being, circular, open-roofed, built beneath the stars, and beneath that drawing, a short inscription. We buried the pages, but not the purpose. Built again. Zainab is silent. You can hear her breath catch, not from awe, but from knowing. This wasn't about finding something. It was about remembering how to begin again. You think about what it took, the paths, the puzzles, the music, the starlight, the mud walls of Timbuktu, the goat-related near-deaths, all leading here to a quiet fig tree and a scroll that speaks not of the past, but the future. The two of you sit for a long while. You don't talk, you just are. And then, finally, Zainab speaks. So, do we build it? You don't answer. You smile, because she already knows. You rise together, scroll in hand, and turn to leave. But something stops you. A rustle, not wind, a figure, emerging from the far ridge. An old man, wrapped in indigo robes, his face lined like the desert floor. He carries nothing but a walking stick and a small pouch hanging from his belt. He walks straight to you, bows slightly, and holds out the pouch. You accept it. Inside, a stone, smooth as glass, etched with symbols you haven't yet learned. Zainab breathes. The last scribe. But the man shakes his head, smiling gently. He speaks in a dialect so old it feels like music. And Zainab translates, not the last, the first of those who come. Next, he turns and walks away without waiting for reply, leaving only footprints that vanish with the wind. You look down at the stone again. It's warm in your hand, and without knowing why, you place it beside your heart. Then, as twilight falls, you walk away from the valley, from the tree, from the curl of smoke, and toward what comes next. Whatever it is, it begins with you, just as it always has. Now the desert fades. The sand softens underfoot. The stars return, not as guides, but as old friends watching from above, blinking slow lullabies across the sky. You close your eyes. The fig tree, the smoke, the map that wasn't a map, all of it begins to shimmer like a dream you'll carry into tomorrow. You breathe slower now, deeper. You remember the first scroll, the cracked leather, the laughter you shared when you got lost in the catacombs, the odd warmth of dried squid ink, and Zainab's jokes about becoming part-time camel whisperers. All the strange and beautiful things that came from chasing a rumor that somewhere, long ago, someone believed knowledge was sacred enough to bury like treasure, and stranger still, that someone else would come find it. That someone was you. As your breath slows, you feel the world turn quieter. The library may still lie in ruins, but in your hands, in your memory, in your dreams, it lives. So, sleep now, soft traveler. Let your thoughts drift across parchment skies. Let your heartbeat echo with the pulse of ancient ink. Let the whisper of scribes guide you past the veil of dreams. You did well. You found what mattered. You remembered. Take one last breath, warm and slow. The world is gentle now. You're safe here. Sleep, sleep. End of script. Sweet dreams.